Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening. If everyone could make their way to their seats. Good evening. This evening's regular board meeting is called to order at 5:03 p.m. Roll call, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein.
Present.
Vice President Wallach is absent. Clerk Wood.
Here.
Trustee Kelly.
Here.
Trustee Kermode.
Here.
Trustee Napier.
Here.
Trustee Scott.
Here.
Superintendent Larson Everson.
Here.
And I'm Idalia Amaker.
Thank you, Ms. Amaker. At this time, I would like to invite Taylor Markison, Principal of Cummings Valley Elementary, to make her way up to the microphone to guide us in the flag salute in the moment of silent reflection. Welcome.
Thank you for that. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. If you would please remain standing for a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion regarding tonight's agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 3, response to demand under Government Code Section 54956.9. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Is there any further deliberation from the board? Do I have a motion to approve response to demand under Government Code Section 54956.9?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to general function. We're going to start out with recognition for years of service. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you very much, President Weinstein. And I'm promptly going to turn it over to Dr. Romero, who's our Chief Administrator of Personnel. And she is going to walk you through the celebration of our honorees this evening. Dr. Romero.
Hi, good evening, everyone. We have quite a number of employees that will be honored for years of service. We have a few here tonight, but I still think it would be important to read what their immediate supervisors did write about them, even though they're not here. So we'll start with our 10 years of service. We have 2 certificated employees. Right. Yeah. Okay. Lupi Cowan, she's 10 years of service as a certificated employee. What her supervisor wrote is, she's truly a wonderful woman in disguise. She has been involved in many aspects of the Tompkins community, from ELAC to grade level leaders, hosts, teachers, and team. And she does it all with a smile, a positive attitude, and a heart of gold. The next teacher is Catherine Mackey, who's been teaching for 11 years, 10 of those in TUSD. Catherine teaches special education math, serves as an SSA advisor, runs Special Olympics, and pitches in everywhere. The other 3 classified employees, I don't think they're here, but if they're here, they could please stand up, is Alan Anderson. Alan has worked at TILA, the district office, Tehachapi High School, Tompkins Elementary, Golden Hills, and now works at Jacobson Middle School. She is friendly with everyone, works hard to keep the school running smoothly, and is very patient with Mr. Lowe. Diana Buchanan. Diana is a rare person who knows almost every aspect of how a school functions. She knows from experience. She has worked in many capacities during her time in TUSD. She is the site specialist at JMS and is the perfect person for the job. And then our last classified for 10 years is Alicia Cavallo. Alicia is a valuable member of the JMS team. She is always kind and friendly with everyone. She works hard with her fellow custodians to keep JMS a safe, clean, and beautiful place to work. Okay. Oh, she was here. Okay. For our 15 years of service, we have 2 certificated teachers. Alan Brocklisby. Alan has worked at JMS teaching 7th grade language arts the entire time she has been part of TUSD. She loves reading and encourages her students to pursue their own love of reading. Daniel Moon. Dan has taught medieval history at JMS for many years. His lessons are engaging and fun. He makes history come alive. And our last certificated years of service for 15 years is Eileen Pryor. She is the definition of having heart. Her desire and dedication to assist students who are academically struggling is admirable. She is positive light in the academic journey of many students and families, providing opportunities for success and making students feel welcome, accepted, and loved. Okay, our next group of 15 years of service is we have quite a few classified employees. Barbara Adams. She's a dedicated employee who took pride in serving others. Not only did she serve countless meals a day in and day out, but she also did it with a warm, friendly smile and a passion for students. Jeanette Campbell has been with TUSD for 20 years, 12 of those at THS. Janet helps our students with kindness, compassion, and great care. Nancy Fields has been in TUSD for 18 years, 11 of those at THS. Nancy has worn many hats, so she can do anything and everything. She is an amazing secretary. Leticia Meza has worked all 16 years in TUSD at THS. She assists our English learners with care and advocates for student needs. And our last classified employee is Susie Onofrak. She is an essential member of the Achievements of TUSD's Special Education Department. She is continually primed to offer support and recommendations while preparing what is best for students.
Thank you. I truly enjoy working with this group of people and in this community. It has been a wonderful job for me. Thank you.
Our 3 other employees who are receiving recognitions for 15 years or more in the district is Denise Berry. Denise Berry has come up the ranks and proven that she will do anything to serve the transportation needs of our students. Denise took ownership of the transportation department that has shown creativity and diligence while planning how to transport students safely within our 552 square mile boundaries. Jennifer Butler is a passionate educator who has heart for students and staff. She always makes herself available to others to help fulfill any need. And our last person for 15 years recognition or more is Kirk Gilbert. Kirk Gilbert's expertise and institutional knowledge about TUSD facilities has been a big part of our success in maintaining schools safe and operational. Kirk is extremely kind and cares deeply for our students. Okay, 20 years of service or more. So our first one is a teacher, Pat Pinkard. And I believe she is here. Yes. Pat Pinkard is one of the kindest, most empathetic people on our staff. She is always willing to pitch in and collaborate with her peers, as well as put in the extra time to make sure her student needs are always being met. Thank you. And we have 3 classified employees. Patricia Barbara, she serves as an RSP para. You can find her hustling all over campus from class to class, helping students and teachers. Leah Ward, Leah's in charge of the workability program at JMS. However, she is a kind advocate for all students and staff on campus. She goes above and beyond her job duties every day to make JMS a better place. And we have Stacy Williams. Stacy Williams is an experienced and nurturing kindergarten teacher. She is a teacher, leader, and mentor who goes above and beyond. Okay, next we have our 25 years of service or more. Our first for certificated is Mr. David Crow. Thought I saw him here. So Mr. Crow has been teaching for 26 years, 24 of those at THS. Dave will always tell you that he is living the dream, teaching history at THS. Leslie Damon. Leslie Damon knows kindergarten inside and out and has a heart for our little ones. She is a team leader who uses those leadership qualities to mentor and guide her grade level peers. Lori King, I believe she's here. Lori King is a dedicated teacher at Tompkins who has wholeheartedly taken on a new challenge this year by becoming the RTI teacher. She has a passion of reading and is committed to meeting students where they are and moving them forward. Thank you. Okay. Tracy Manjares, who just retired last Friday. Tracy Manjares is one of the hardest working people I've ever met. She deeply cares about each and every student and will go above and beyond in every situation to ensure that staff and students are working in the best, safest, and most learning conducive environment. Okay. Is Amy Lang here? Okay. Mrs. Lang, Amy Lang? Hi. So Amy Lang is also one of our most dedicated teachers. She recently has moved from JMS to TILA to start teaching in our blended program. People look to her as a mentor teacher. She has great insights and always supports not only her colleagues, but her students in success. Okay, Stacy Williams. Stacy Williams is an experienced and nurturing kindergarten teacher. She is a teacher, leader, and mentor who goes above and beyond. I think that was all teachers, right? Yeah.
The classified, yeah.
Okay, classified now for 25 plus years. We have Janet Liebengood. Janet? No, she's not here. Okie dokie. Janet Liebengood is a leader, mentor, and example for other classified employees. She is always interested in making improvements for staff and students. And then we have Kathleen Thompson. Kathleen Thompson is amazing at making our location look spotless. She takes pride in her work and is willing to help in any way she can. She always has a smile and a kind word for everyone. And then we do have our 30 years of service or more. I don't think they're here, but I will go ahead and read who they are. The first are two, they're both certificated. Sandy Ransman. Sandy Ransman is committed to supporting adult educated students in helping them achieve their academic goals. She makes it a priority to be available to assist students and is invested in their success. The next one is Alex Robb. Alex Robb is a dedicated teacher who cares about the profession. He has influenced many through the years, from his first years at THS to 4th and 5th grades at Tompkins. We appreciate and value his commitment to our TUSD families. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to all our honorees this evening. If everyone would stay and join us for a cupcake, we will take a 10-minute break to celebrate the honorees at 5:19 p.m. Let's do it, people. Go have a cupcake. Let's mingle.
I'm gonna go. We just got an announcement.
No, we think that's what she wants to bring up. Yeah, so maybe she'll take it back.
Yeah.
Here, see if she'll take it back.
I'll try.
Please say that.
There's something going on. Yeah, I think you're right.
Why are people even talking to him? Okay, reconvening at 5:30 PM. Moving on, tonight we have an update from Superintendent Larson
Excuse me,
Everson to go over.
President Weinstein, we're not ready.
Not ready. Ryan. Okay, now we're ready. Go ahead, Superintendent.
Okay, did you get the reconvene time? Do you want to
Yeah.
restate that, President Weinstein?
5:30 PM.
Okey doke. Here we go. Good evening, everyone. Good to see so many of you joining us this evening. As you know, we kicked off Capturing Kids' Hearts here in TUSD. And in alignment with that, part of the Capturing Kids' Hearts program is Sharing the Good. And we're encouraging all of our teachers and administrators to model these strategies every day in their classrooms and at their meetings. And likewise, it's a tradition, a new tradition for us here at the board level to share good things as well. We just call them a little something different. We call them hoorays. So as a quick reminder, in the classroom, sharing good things reinforces 3 key ideas, right? We show a lot of interest and we actively engage our students in that classroom environment. We set a positive tone and we also model the leadership skill of positive thinking. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this evening's hoorays. And the first hooray is from Golden Hills Elementary, Principal Kendra Bailey. She shared this hooray. We started a new routine in our staff meetings called Celebrating Successes. After good things, teachers share capturing kids' heart strategies, thinking map lesson ideas, and other instructional successes. At our staff meeting last week, I was excited by the enthusiasm and participation. Multiple teachers shared thinking map lessons and passed around maps, and others shared successful strategies that they are using in the classroom. Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. Hooray! All right, I know you guys are going to catch on. All right. From our TUSD Adult Education Program, Dr. Bonnie Porter shared this hooray. The TUSD Adult Education programs are growing. We currently have 31 students working on their high school diploma, 14 students enrolled in the Work Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA, 7 students in our adult English as a second language class, and 11 students in the welding class. Our efforts to advertise and promote adult education programs are paying off because more students are enrolling each week. Thank you, Dr. Porter. Hooray! Sorry, I can't turn my own page. All right, our next hooray is from Tompkins Elementary, shared by Principal Claire Ray. Tompkins Elementary is proud to see the return of Freedom Fridays. On the last Friday of each month, students and staff are encouraged to wear patriotic colors for their assembly. Thank you, Mrs. Ray. Hooray. Next hooray is from Tehachapi High School, shared by Principal Christy Libatique. The new basketball hoop in the THS quad area is up and running. Thank you, Mrs. Libatique. Hooray! Didn't take long before basketballs were showing up at school, I happen to know. Yep. The next hooray is from our personnel office. Dr. Romero shared that 2 positions were filled with new teachers, 1 special education and 1 for mathematics, both at Jacobson Middle School. Thank you, Dr. Romero. Hooray! Instructional services. This is from Chief Administrator Andrea Paxton, sharing that the instructional services is happy to welcome this year's 3rd graders to hands-on science camp at Tehachapi Mountain Park. Our first group of 3rd graders attended camp from Tompkins Elementary last week. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Hooray! And I think this last but not least, from our special education department, Dr. Solomon DeFrancis shared that the Tehachapi Unified School District Special Education Speech Department is fully staffed and off to an excellent start for the school year. Thank you, Dr. DeFrancis. Hooray! Okay, the participation part of this presentation has come to a close. No, I'm just kidding, but you did a great job. Hooray, you did your hoorays. All right. We're still talking about capturing kids' hearts just for another moment, though. As we continue with capturing kids' hearts, I do want to share a little bit just about affirmations, because affirmations are an important part of capturing kids' hearts, and they give kids an opportunity to build each other up through positive statements. Affirmations may provide inspiration, motivation, and encouragement, and a lot of our kids really need that encouragement. And as we go forward, I encourage families to practice affirmations at home. We can practice them with each other. An easy way to practice is to start with a sentence starter, like you see up on the slide, like to say to somebody, I really like how you, and then you can complete the sentence, or you really impressed me when you, and the more specificity that you give, it gives it a lot more oomph. You know, it just gives it more credence when you can say to a child or to another person, I really like how you were studying so hard to be ready for that test. It shows me that you are trying to be a good student, because you're not just saying good job, you're telling them specifically what that affirmation is for. So we can all work on affirmations and try to overcome negativity and certainly increase positivity here in TUSD. So going on to a more traditional sharing, here's a little flash of our enrollment. This year's enrollment is on the right of the slide. Last year's enrollment is on the left, and you'll see that at this particular point in the school year, we're down 17 students from where we were at this point in the school year for last year. Going forward, we'll talk for a minute just about student attendance and looking at attendance this year. In the chart, you can see I have listed there, the top line is week 3, then week 4, and in green are our year-to-date totals. And the bottom line in yellow are the totals from week 4 from last year. So that you can see this year our attendance rate for the district is 93.02%, and that's compared with 88.65 from last year at this time. And we really continue to look closely at attendance because we know it's such an important factor leading to students' long-term success in school. And obviously, COVID is still with us. It's something that's probably going to be with us for a long time. But we want to encourage our students to be healthy, and we know that they really benefit from daily instruction when they're present there with their teacher and with their colleagues, and they can get the most out of their educational experience. So we're happy to see this trend. All right, moving on just for a moment, I want to touch on transportation. I know this has been a topic where there's been a considerable amount of concern for some of our families because they don't have their kids on a bus pass, so I wanted to talk about that for a moment. There's a lot of information on this slide, but I want to run you through just some basics. I'll start with the bullet points that are under the picture of the bus, that we are currently running 9 general education routes, 8 special education routes, and our transportation department also provides transportation for field trips and our athletic events as well. We're very, very lucky here in TUSD that we have Ms. Denise Berry as our transportation supervisor. She was certified last June at the state level in Sacramento as a state certified trainer. So she's able to do that training here in TUSD. We do have 2 employees who are expected to complete their driver training. We'll keep our fingers crossed in October, so just about a month away. And then we have 1 new driver who's currently completing the onboarding process, fingerprinting, and all of those kinds of things. And so as people come on board, we'll be looking at what adjustments we can do to our routes to add others in. One significant factor that has really impacted transportation for this year is the fact that we have a 17% increase in the request for bus passes. And 17% may not sound like a lot, but in our world, it is a lot. That equates to more than 200 kids. In the 1920 school year, when kids came back to school part-time, blended, being on campus and being at home, that's when we started the free transportation. And if you look in the little maroon box up there in the corner, you'll see the number of bus riders that we've had, 18, 19, 19, 20, 2021. It was kind of hybrid, but we were able to get everybody on a bus that wanted one, wanted a bus pass. And then last year, you can see our numbers. And then you can see this year, we bounced up to 1527 requests for a bus pass. So that's our challenge, and we're continuing to explore different ideas. I will share with you that I spoke with a neighboring superintendent last week, and he shared with me that for the past 3 weeks in their district, they have been unable to run any of their general education routes. So we are I'm not sharing this information as an excuse. There is no excuse per se. We're trying to do the very best we can for our students, but it's in hopes of building some understanding of, what it is that we're faced with, and we understand what our parents are faced with. So a couple of things that I do want to mention is that we do have daycare at all of our elementary schools, so kids can be on campus if they're in the daycare program. I see Robin nodding her head, our daycare manager, starting at 6 a.m. through 6 p.m. So if that helps people who are challenged with transportation, that they, have that level of flexibility, I would encourage them to reach out to Dr. Porter or to Robin and explore that. Also at JMS, we have our Boys and Girls Club, which is for those JMS students, and that program is offered over at the Tehachapi Education Center where TILA is, and students can be there on that campus until 6 p.m. So there are those options, and then I kind of had an aha a couple of weeks ago, like in 2 o'clock in the morning, where I went, I wonder if we can do a late bus, like if that would work to do a late bus. And part of our challenge here in Tehachapi is the distance, right? How far apart some of our students live from our schools. We go out to Sand Canyon, we go out to Keene, we go out to Bear Valley, and we have one middle school and one high school, and kids from all of our areas pull into those schools. So it is very challenging, and we need about an hour and 15 minutes between our elementary and our secondary routes. But this idea of a late bus route, I worked with Mr. Antizari and Miss Berry, and we figured out, hey, if we could do 3 late buses, we could accommodate at least all of our waitlist kids that wanted that with a ride home at the end of the day. So in order to do the late bus idea, we had to have drivers who were willing to jump on board and say, yeah, I'll run that late bus route from 4:30 to, the time when their routes are completed. And we posted positions for both JMS and THS to do what we're calling after-school study hall, to staff it with 2 certificated teachers at each of those locations where the kids can stay after school from 2:30 to 4:30 and work on homework and projects and have the support and supervision from 2 certificated teachers until their late bus is ready to head on out on a late route. So the posting is still up for those positions. We're required to leave that up for a certain amount of time. So when that closes, I hope to be able to report that we have supervision coverage for both of those campuses with certificated support. And I'm ever hopeful that starting on Monday, the 19th, we would be able to start the late bus routes. And if that is the case, and when we're ready to start, we'll notify those families who are on the wait list that we can accommodate them with a bus ride home. And we're still working on getting a full round trip in place for them with staffing coming on board, over the next month or so. So that's what I have to say about transportation for tonight. And we'll go ahead and move on with a quick sports update. Our Lady Warrior Volleyball team recently participated in the Highland Tournament down in Bakersfield, and they competed in 6 matchups and walked away with 2 victories against Bakersfield Foothill and Delano Kennedy. Also, our ladies tennis is in action, and they had a victory earlier this month against Bakersfield Highland, winning singles 6-3. And then, of course, our football Warriors recently celebrated a 27-20 win over Wasco and remain undefeated. Finally, cross country is getting ready to get underway, and our Warrior runners have been ramping up for the competition with invitationals, and they're preparing to launch their official season with league competition later this month on the 21st. So bulletin boards, I'm going to invite Dr. Porter up to the podium, and if I invite you to look over here to your right at our Student Services bulletin boards, and she's going to take a few minutes just to tell you about all things Student Services. Thank you, Dr. Porter.
Good evening, President Weinstein, board members, and Superintendent Larson Everson. I'm Dr. Bonnie Porter, Director of Student Services, and as you were just told, my presentation accompanies the bulletin boards on the side of the room. So how do we serve next slide. Okay. How do we serve students? We have adult education programs. We work with the school site social workers, have attendance programs, discipline programs, extended day programs. We have the Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy, help with the 3rd and 5th grade camps, the Boys and Girls Club after-school program at JMS, and now an 8th grade trip to the ocean for extended day field trip to learn about the environment. Okay, for adult education, we provide opportunities for our adult students to earn a high school diploma. We offer them a chance to develop important skills and assist with job placement. And in the little circles, they're highlighting some of our adult education programs. They can work with Miss Ransom, who is on the 30-year celebration list for working for the TUSD for 30-plus years. She works with our adult students and helps them complete the classes they need to earn a high school diploma. Students can also come over to the adult education building and take the GED test to earn a high school diploma, and we have assistance for them to study before they take the test. We have the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA. Our WIOA technician, Mrs. Angela Nary, assists students who are 16 years of age and older with job placement. She works with them on interview skills and helps them purchase clothing for an interview and sets them up in an internship that is paid for by WIOA. The WIOA program also offers gas cards and sometimes first month rent for the students that are in the program. We have a welding class at the high school, and it's full. There's a waiting list now for our welding class. And we have English as a second language classes for adults that is increasing. It's 3 nights a week over at the Tehachapi Education Center. We work with our school site social workers who help our students and families with social emotional challenges. And we took some data last year. So this data is from last year. We're starting again fresh this year. But the number of social worker referrals we had was 471. The social workers conducted small group interventions for a variety of students. There was an LGBTQ student support group, what is bullying group, anger management group, boys group, success strategies group, girls group, students with divorced parents group, grief group, and tardy student group, to name a few. So our social workers also go into the classrooms and teach social emotional lessons. They taught 287 lessons last year. They made 81 home visits, often with our truancy officer. They had 658 individual student meetings. And this year, we are planning on they did some parent workshops last year. We're trying to expand on that and offer more parent workshops and trying to figure out what our community wants as far as the support from the social workers and workshops. And just as a little caveat, our social workers were asked last May to present at the Kern Social Worker Community of Practice quarterly meeting, and they presented for about an hour on programs and activities they were doing in Tehachapi Unified. Okay, through student services, we also address student attendance, and we have Ms. Kathy Guy, our truancy officer, who works closely with families. She made approximately 155 home visits last year. Oftentimes, there's a repeat visit to homes if students are still having challenges getting to school or just to check up on students and their families who are having a difficult time. We also have an A to A program, attention to attendance, and those are the letters that go out. We're legally required to send notification out to families if their students are not attending school on a regular basis. So the program provides those letters, helps manages conferences that the sites will be conducting for attendance, and helps us establish a positive relationship with families because we can provide assistance through social workers and truancy officers. And I mean, we've had learning directors and administrators as well that were able to identify students who are having challenges through the program and provide assistance. Okay, next slide. And we have our extended day program. Ms. Robin Hull is here. She runs the elementary before and after school programs. I think it was already said, parents can drop students off at 6 a.m. in the morning and pick them up at 6 p.m. at night, so it's great for our parents that work. We have about 62 students at the Golden Hills extended day program, 51 at Cummings Valley, and 59 at Tompkins. Those numbers change weekly. And the Boys and Girls Club, I have 50, but they're now actually up to about 60 students. So we have a full load with the Boys and Girls Club as well. The extended day program offers activities such as art lessons, homework assistance, literacy and story time, motor skill development, physical education, science lessons, and social emotional learning lessons. And we got quite a lot of money from a grant, so we were able to really fund those programs and add new literacy centers and activities, games and outdoor activities to each of our sites, which was great. Okay, the student enrichment camps. We work with instructional services. We kind of do the planning, making sure the contracts are signed for the Tehachapi Mountain Park, and work with transportation on the busing. So we had the 2-day science camp and the 3-day 5th grade camp, which our social workers were also involved in. And we're currently planning the 8th grade multi-day camp with a lot of assistance from Mr. Lowe and his team. Okay. And then we have TILA, the Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy. We have the classic model, which the TK through 3rd grade students Zoom daily with their teacher, their credentialed teacher, Mrs. Delgadillo, and she provides the lessons for the students to complete at home, and they turn the lessons back into her, and she grades them and works with the families if they need assistance. And then we have the 4th through 12th grade program, where they Zoom weekly with their teacher unless they need additional assistance. The elementary program uses the same curriculum and instructional materials as the traditional classrooms, and the secondary programs use the Edmonton virtual program. And we added the blended program this year, so elementary students can come to a traditional classroom setting twice a week for English language arts, math, and science. Same with the middle, so elementary students come Monday and Wednesday, and middle schools come Tuesday and Thursday. And there's an optional Friday enrichment with technology, engineering, and STEAM, or art and math activities, and elementary students can come to that in the mornings, and then middle school in the afternoon. Thank you for letting me share information about the TUSD Student Services Department.
Thank you, Ms. Porter.
So thank you, Dr. Porter. Lots and lots of information, but that's what we're trying to use the bulletin boards as a springboard to make sure that we're sharing all the work that we have supporting our students going forward. So we'll go back to close out the superintendent update. Do want to let you know, if you could go to the next slide, Mr. McKay, that we're back on track with Sipping with the Soup. We had our first session for this school year at the beginning of this month, and our next one will be held Tuesday, October 4th. Of course, that's at Conan's Bakery from 7:30 to 10, and everyone is welcome. So I hope you'll all consider joining in. Just a quick list of upcoming dates and events. Of note there, you'll see that our next regular scheduled board meeting is on Tuesday, October 11th, right here at 5 p.m. And I do have an item that's not up on the slide. It's hot off the press. This afternoon, I got an email at 4:10 p.m. There was a public announcement. I'm just going to read it to you as I got it, because I think that there's some people who probably care quite a bit about this. It says, the headline is Public Health Leaders End Weekly Testing Requirements for Workers. And by the way, for us, we consider volunteers as workers too, because volunteers are in there, volunteer coaching and being in the classrooms with kids. So this is what Sacramento released, that to better align state COVID guidance and the most current federal recommendations, the California Department of Public Health, fondly known as CDPH, is ending COVID-19 policies that require weekly COVID-19 testing for unvaccinated individuals in high-risk workplaces and schools. Okay. Hooray! So that hooray is going to go into effect on September 17th. So we'll be getting more information out to employees when we have all the details pulled together. But again, the state's vaccination requirement for employees in these work settings is noted as remaining in effect. However, the weekly testing requirement is going away. So I look forward to sharing more about that. And of course, we'll continue to make tests available to our staff. So having said that, that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Moving on to the TAT update. Welcome, Ms. Archie.
Good evening, President Weinstein, Superintendent Larson Everson, and school board members. I'm Lisa Archie. I am the secondary VP of the Tehachapi Association of Teachers, and I'm here this evening to just give a quick update. We are all now into our 5th week of school. It's kind of scary. Progress reports are going to be going home with the secondary students this week, and next week elementary schools are doing parent-teacher conferences. It seems like it took us a little while to get into the routine, but everybody seems to be back into the routine of their school day. Again, balancing classes to make it equitable across our grades, our school sites, grade levels, and courses is still being worked at. And again, we're looking forward to starting our negotiations with TUSD in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archie. CSEA update. Okay, PTO update. Okay, and a new update for us tonight is Warriors Booster update. So welcome, Mr. Costello.
Good evening. I gave these, some of you got this in your email. There's some copies in the back as well for members of the audience. Thank you so much, President Weinstein and trustees, for having me, and hopefully have regular updates as well for you about the accomplishments of the Tehachapi Warrior Booster Club. We'll get into those in just a moment. My name is Corey Costello. I'm the president of the Warrior Booster Club. A little bit about me and why I care. I'm a 1998 graduate of Tehachapi High School. I was a member of the Warrior football, wrestling, and baseball programs. I worked in athletics for much of my professional career with NAIA, NCAA Division II, and NCAA Division I institutions, both as a member of the media and an athletic administrator at Cal State Bakersfield, where I participated in 2 NCAA tournaments and the 2017 NIT. I've traveled thousands of miles of this country in these endeavors and learned a ton along the way. A lot of that as a broadcaster, so I was able to do games at some of the most famous venues in pro and college sports, including Pauley Pavilion, the Galen Center, McKee Arena at the University of Arizona, the Pit in Albuquerque, and a little place known as the Mecca of Sports, Madison Square Garden. Gave a lot of that up to be right here in Tehachapi doing what I'm doing now and the president of this booster club. So when I returned to Tehachapi 6 years ago, I noticed a few things. Our teams were shabby. Our facilities were outdated, and to put it frankly, we'd lost our swagger, and that was what made people fear playing our teams in any one of our sports. So I got involved in boosters because they were involved in my teams in the 1990s, and it was my turn to give back. Unfortunately, at the time, the organization had fallen on some hard times. Few members, even fewer volunteers to do a lot of the things we'd done in the past. But with the help of former President Maria Curiel, we flipped the script. We took advantage of community generosity and some of my experience in corporate sponsorship and created a corporate partnership program to leverage the advertising assets we have available to us due to our relationship with TUSD. And we started to raise important funds to provide things for our teams that district funding wasn't able to provide. This leveled the playing field with our teams and our opponents, making competing for Tehachapi attractive again. I believe some of that has played a role in our participation numbers being very high in many sports again. Our corporate, as you'll see on that sheet, our corporate program has raised over $88,000 since 2018. That included a year without competition in many sports in 2020, 2021. This year alone, we set a record surpassing over $30,000 in corporate sponsorships. This year's memberships and green seat sales for football also surpassed $10,000. It was a an amazing year. We made an effort to invest those funds heavily in our teams. Over the last several years, the Booster Clubs provided a new blocking sled for football. I think they were still using the one that was purchased in 1996 when I played. That was a $5,000 expense, and we had to get with the technology times as well. You'll see teams now, high school teams, roll out what looks like an NFL setup on game day for film study, and they're able to get the film from the last series down to the coach, and they can go over it with their team. We didn't have that. So we were able to get an updated technology for films, also an end zone camera and model pod for the football program, new uniforms for football, baseball, and soccer. Girls soccer got new travel bags. There's new practice equipment for the soccer programs. Travel and entry fees are a big deal as well. When teams enter tournaments, they want to be able to pay those entry fees to those schools, so we do that a lot. Championship patches, swimming specifically recently. Windscreen netting for baseball. You may have driven by the field at Snyder and Anita, and the transformation that facility has gone under thanks to Coach D's, and then the Boosters providing the windscreens on the outfield as well, thanks to some sponsors. A new sound system for Coy Burnett Stadium, which has yet to be installed, along with a new ice machine for the Coy Burnett snack bar, which actually, unfortunately, the last one overheated and almost caught that facility on fire as well. So the Boosters actually stepped up and replaced that ice machine. And as I mentioned, some video scouting. So most importantly, though, we were able to provide several thousand in scholarships for our college-bound student athletes. These are sponsored every year by our corporate partners. So we've all done this to ensure that when our kids compete with Tehachapi across their chests, they have all the advantages of their opponents and hopefully more. And for the first time in a long time, they take pride in that name. I say it a lot. We're not just, if you compete in Bakersfield, outside of Bakersfield High School, you're just, it's an alphabet soup of high schools. And not to disparage it, but playing for North High School doesn't mean a lot outside of Metro Bakersfield, where North High School's at. Tehachapi carries a lot of weight. And we're different than a lot of our opponents because we represent an entire community. So we've done a lot in the last several years, and it's our attempt as well to not only help our student athletes realize this is Tehachapi and it matters, but it's also our attempt to make the fan experience a little bit better despite our facility challenges. And that's the next thing I wanted to address. And each board member received an email. As I pointed out, these are also available in the back. But there are several attached photos of the state of disrepair of a lot of our facilities, including the oldest being Coy Burnett Stadium, and one of the newest, our tennis courts. The photos show dilapidated stands. I didn't include the leaking appliances in the snack bar. A lot of requested maintenance that wasn't completed, and some other just frankly embarrassing reality of our facilities. Many of these are the same facilities used for physical education. Just today, I was driving on Tehachapi Boulevard and saw JMS middle school students running the stadium stairs. And these are the same stadium stairs in your packet here you see are falling apart. So it's not just for our teams, but it's also for our students, and it's not the best representation of our community when folks come to visit Tehachapi to play. We unfortunately almost lost our football home opener, as in it was canceled almost because of the electrical issues a few weeks ago. There's still a list of requested items that yet to be addressed by district staff, including the installation of the new sound system. It's sitting in booster storage. And we've been gone for 2 weeks from home games as well, so there was some time. A few other things that we've requested to be repaired are met with the response that it can't be done because of ADA compliance. I'm here to say today that is not true. ADA compliance does not get triggered on every little maintenance issue. Now, when you go to improve and or expand a facility, that changes. But maintaining the fan safety, maintaining bleachers is something that can be done without triggering ADA. Matter of fact, when the light issue was briefly corrected, they realized those lights are direct burial cable, so there's no conduit, and they were just thrown in the ground in the 1970s. So I had the suggestion, well, while the team's gone for a few weeks, to make sure this doesn't happen on another leg of that lighting, maybe we can potentially run conduit and rewire the lights. And I was told, no, we can't do that because of ADA compliance. Now, how an electrical system triggers handicap compatibility, in my world, that does not happen, and I'm pretty familiar with this stuff. So we have some certain challenges ahead of us. We have several finished facilities, of course, including a football stadium and a baseball softball diamond that were promised to voters 2 decades ago with a school bond. And we need a plan moving forward because and not one that just simply asks for more money from taxpayers after the last bond issue, as the voters, I think, have an issue with trust in the district. I wanted to point out a few other things in these photos, not only Corey Burnett Stadium, also our practice field. These practice fields, these holes are, this is just the varsity area, so the unfinished stadium. Coach Scotty of the junior varsity team, who's been around Tehachapi a very long time, sent me photos as well. Unfortunately, too late to send them all to you, with holes just as bad, and with the story too that one of his student athletes stepped in one last week and was able sprained his ankle, wasn't able to play in the game at Wasco. So these are becoming an issue for, and this has been ongoing with our team, so much so the coaches have to sort of play games around when they use that new blocking sled. They kind of work around the holes so their athletes don't get hurt. So, and also the tennis facility, which is one of our newest facilities, but these cracks continue to get bigger. The weeds were actually removed by Tom Shea, one of the coaches himself, because he was not getting response from the district to fix those weeds. And then, of course, the cracks continue to be an issue. I know the Kern County Tennis Association and Bakersfield College has reached out about concerns due to the fact that teams that are playing up here are concerned about the safety of their athletes on our courts. So these are some of the issues we have. And of course, I realizing there's not a magic pot of money to make everything happen tomorrow. But I'm here to request this evening a real partnership. In the past, groups like the Tehachapi Stadium Foundation tried, but lost interest when their kids graduated or grew frustrated as they were turned away by school board and then the prior administrations. You'll all be happy to know that my oldest child is in kindergarten. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. And 15 years from now, when my youngest graduates, I will still be here. So, completely understanding tonight there is no actionable item on the agenda, I'd like to propose the following for the next agenda to have the board, although I know 4 of you will not be returning following November's election, but I understand many of your eager successors are in the audience behind me, to act on the following. I would like to establish a facilities committee composed of members of the school board, members of the Warrior Booster Club, along with district staff, preferably those in the finance department. Sorry, Hojat, to put you to work, but and at least one at-large community member to address the following, at least on the athletics side. Establish a list and schedule repairs for existing facilities so they're safe for our student athletes, fans, and community members. Revisit all previously approved plans for football, soccer, baseball, softball, track facilities at the current THS campus that were not completed, and recommend to the board a consultant who can update those plans and provide a cost analysis for completion of each facility. Once completed, this committee will present to this board a strategy for completion and a funding mechanism through the creative process of district financing, community donations, and in-kind services. And I know those things are out there and they're available. I'll remind you that I too work in a world of red tape. There is a way, and we will certainly find it. And as I previously mentioned, I worked in the Cal State system. I can beat bureaucracy with the best of them, believe me. So we currently don't have a plan for a lot of facility improvements and completion, so we got to make one. Following the October meeting and hopefully the establishment of this committee, I'd like to say we'd have both a maintenance plan for Corey Burnett Stadium and an updated cost analysis for completion of the on-campus new football stadium, track, and soccer facility by the end of the academic year. Those repairs will be completed hopefully this summer, as will the process for starting to gather funding for the new facilities. You know, in closing, I had the pleasure of playing for Hall of Fame football coach Steve Denman, and I played in 18 of his 301 victories. He even entrusted me to start, believe it or not. There were certain players, though, he kind of knew we could do better. He had a way of talking to us. And when we made a mistake, and believe me, I made plenty, he would just yell, "Costello, figure it out!" And that was all he had to say. So as I look at this problem, I look at our aging facilities, I look at what we have in front of us, and plenty of voices telling me that there's not a solution. I can't help but hear Coach Denman in the background. Costello, figure it out. So I plan on doing so. I hope this board, and I know this community is certainly willing to help. So I appreciate your time and look forward to hopefully establishing a committee to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. It was really refreshing to have the Warriors come. The district certainly appreciates the work of the boosters. And I remember your article in the spring about the baseball field and the working together. So certainly the district can work with the boosters. You were very pleased with the work then, and you said so, and appreciated that. I think this warrants offline here, you getting together with the superintendent representing the boosters to go over these items. The pictures are helpful for us to see that, but we've worked together before, as we talked about, and I think we can definitely do that again in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I do have a comment. Corey, thank you for the presentation. It's pretty amazing to see the amount of money and effort, energy that goes into just the volunteers that we have in this community, you and your team. In addition to that, the amazing sponsors we have. That's a lot of that is what I've been told is called the almighty ask. You just ask them, hey, let's help. We need some help. We need some money. We need donations.
I can grovel with the best of them.
Yeah, I know you can. So I think what would be really cool to see, I just thought of this right now, is, I know there's a lot of signage, new signage promoting the sponsors at the football field, but not everybody in our community goes to football games. I think it'd be cool to maybe provide that list to the superintendent, and she could kind of get something out there and some kind of update, or Parent Square, just to thank you to the sponsors, just so we can know. I mentioned P-Dubs a couple years ago, bought all new uniforms for the cross-country team at the middle school. We want to show support to those types of businesses around town. Like I know Lehigh Cement, I can't remember their new name is, but
Martin Marietta,
we're not going to walk out there and buy bags of cement, but a lot of their employees work and live in our community. We want to thank them and show our support of them for sure. So if you could do that at some point when you get a chance, I know you have tons of free time on your hands, and I appreciate that. So in addition to that, I'll save my comment regarding facilities and committee that will kind of dovetail this. I'll save that for board member comments. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costello.
Should we give boosters a hooray? Is that how it works? A hooray? Oh.
Hooray! Like it. Okay, moving on. Item 7 is board communications. Anything the board would like to share that's gone on recently? Go ahead, Trustee Wood.
I was at TLA Back to School Night, and what a transformation that I don't know who did it, but it was fabulous. The classrooms, the teachers, they have so much pride in their classrooms. It was amazing, and the teachers and the parents and everybody that was there were really excited about all the programs. And I got to see the Boys and Girls Club also. There's some pretty great things happening. Oh, and breakfast, not breakfast, what do we have? Sipping with the soup. Well, I had breakfast, but I just ask everybody to come because it's really a good time to just sit there and put it out on the table there too. So that's all I know.
All right, thank you. Other communication want to share? Trustee Napier?
I have a handful of them. We as a board didn't get a chance to say congratulations and thank you to the recipients of their awards. Some of you have been working for the district much longer than I have been a resident in this community. Some of you were teachers or staff at the district when I was a kid, so it's pretty cool to see those names still around. Your dedication is why our kids are who they are. They're successful because of you guys. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for that. Second thing is something that was I maybe inadvertently or purposefully taken off the agendas that we have had for years prior to me coming on the board 2 years ago, was a kind of quote-unquote future item moment. So sometimes those ideas that board brings to the table could be somewhat controversial or require a lot of discussion or kind of a buzzkill at times, because typically at the beginning of a meeting is this hoorays and congratulations and things like that. And then sometimes the board, we bring things to the table that are, hey, we want to talk about this. And there has been a little bit of discrepancy in the 2 years I've been here of how to get things on the agenda. I've heard requests to the board president, I've heard requests to the superintendent, I've heard you need to have board consensus, which in effect is a vote to your idea, which I don't agree with. So I would like to have an agenda item put on the agenda for next board meeting to discuss that, to put an agenda item on there to say we need to have a formal moment where the board in public, transparency to the public, transparency to the board, superintendent, we can say, hey, I would like to see an agenda item for X, Y, or Z. Because oftentimes I send it to the superintendent or the board. I'm not saying they're ignoring me or blowing me off, and please don't take it that way. But I think for the sake of transparency, and if the idea is to have consensus to discuss things, that needs to be done here, not allow the superintendent and or the board president to decipher and decide on their own whether something goes on the agenda or not. So I think that should be something that should be looked at. I think that whether it's a discussion item or, we can put it back on there, or we have a formal agenda item for that. I think that's something we should add on there for next month. Sorry.
No.
Okay. In addition, I want to kind of piggyback off of Corey's conversation with facilities. I am incredibly passionate about our facilities in general. That doesn't just include athletic fields, but that does include classrooms, playgrounds, all those different types of facilities that our students and staff and teachers, live, work, play, and learn in. I have been very vocal that I am frustrated with the lack of maintenance and upkeep and upgrades that we've had over the years in our community. I do want to preface that by saying that is not a direct reflection of Mr. Gilbert and his team. I think they do a phenomenal job with the resources that they have available to them. I have said publicly and privately that we need to look into what the actual numbers are that we need for staffing for landscape and grounds, facility maintenance, janitorial, so on and so forth. Because I do come from a world where facility maintenance is a critical component of my job. And I recognize that I can yell and scream at my employees all I want, and if they look at me and go, Tyler, I don't have enough employees, what do you want me to do about it? They're right. And I think our district needs to have a deep, deep dive into finances, staffing, resources, and I know there's been improvements made, don't get me wrong, we're gonna have a presentation tonight, some phenomenal improvements, but I think that our students, our staff, and our teachers deserve better. That goes along with what Corey says with athletic fields. I think that translates back to classrooms. I heard kind of through the grapevine that we had to buy some portable air conditioners for teachers because that heat wave we had last week was insanity, and for teachers to have to work, and I guarantee those classrooms, if they were like they were when I was in high school, they were a little sweaty. And our teachers deserve better. They deserve to be in an environment where they're comfortable. The kids should be comfortable to learn. And I've said it so many times in the last 2 years that I'm exhausted. I'm tired of saying it over and over. The board has said to me, oh, yeah, that's a good idea, oh, yeah. And it just falls on deaf ears, and it just kind of fades away. So to Corey's point, I think we need a facility committee, a standing committee that meets routinely, that not only looks at athletic fields, looks at all the classrooms, facilities, all those types of things. Those types of things, there's a lot of kids that don't do athletics. There's teachers that have no involvement with athletics. But what that does is if we provide facilities, classrooms, and environments that is up to speed, it's nice, it's respectful, it's professional, it translates to a high sense of pride. And those kids can walk through the hallways with pride to say, I like my school, because they travel to other schools and they go, man, why can't we have this and why can't we have that? Of course, there's a lot of reasons, and I think that translates to teachers. Just like my staff, I want them to have good uniforms, good work trucks, good training, good experience, things like that, which translates to professionalism. And all that needs to be looked at. And I do not come to you guys with passion and frustration with current staffing or current administration. We have decades worth of that being a secondary priority in our community. And now it is time that we step up and look into it and say, what do the teachers need? What do they want? What is it as simple as installing air conditioning? Yeah, absolutely. They shouldn't have to be sitting there sweating, having kids want to pass out in class, and they certainly can't pay attention. I couldn't pay attention in the perfect environment, much less a sweaty, hot environment. So I think it's time that we bring an agenda item back and say, let's have a standing facilities committee that will include things such as performing arts, athletics, facilities, and we will include teachers and staff and get their input. Get the input from the boosters. They are investing tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars into our community, and there's probably more sponsorships and donations available. And if we provide them with a plan, you're going to have a lot of people willing to buy in. Nothing is worse than saying, hey, can we have some money? For what? Just raising money. We've all dealt with that in Little League and TYF. They do sponsorships and fundraisers, but we have no idea where the money goes. Let's have a committee that creates a plan and an idea to show the public that we want to make change. But we need to include teachers, principals, administrators, all those people into that group so that they understand that we're not just looking at one particular focus group. We're looking at the entire thing as a whole. So I would like to add that to the agenda next month to have a discussion and an action item to create a standing committee for facilities. So I'd like to see that next month.
Thank you. Other comments, communication from other board members? Okay. Moving on to public comments. Public comments will be allowed. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda, but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on specific action items prior to the board taking action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct the matter to be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. So we do have one general public comment, and then we have one comment that goes into section 7.3. So I'm going to start with the general public comment. Mr. Brian Reel.
Thank you, members of the board. Thank you for committing tonight to discontinue discussing superintendent goals and evaluation in closed session and instead using the legally unambiguous agenda item, public employee performance evaluation superintendent. I realize that the district council's position is that these agenda items are equivalent, but as a member of the public, how could we possibly know? One notable difference is the de-emphasis of goals as the agenda items change. It's now apparent that any goals discussed need to be relevant to evaluation. Perhaps an even more important distinction is the inclusion of the word employee. In superintendent goals and evaluation, it was never clear if the goals and evaluation were pertinent to the office of the superintendent or an employee of the district that is the superintendent. And in this example, I'll consider the office of the superintendent and the district to basically be the same thing. I believe that there's a significant difference between the goals of the office of the superintendent and goals for an employee of the district that is the superintendent. I'm honestly not aware of any case law that addresses that distinction, but it could have a significant impact on the public's perception of the transparency of the board. And I'll define the goals of the office of the superintendent as goals that essentially become long-term policy for the district. It'll be up to the board or the new members of the board in a few months to determine the distinction, hopefully in the interest of transparency to the public. I have a few examples. To attend a certain number of district events in the community over the course of a year, clearly a district goal. Open a new school, that seems like a goal for the office of the superintendent. An employee goal could be created to oversee a smooth opening of a new school once the district policy sets the expectation for the opening of a new school. Similarly, repurposing the use of district facilities would be a goal for the office, but negotiating an amicable outcome for all facility stakeholders could be an employee goal. Going forward, the burden of making these distinctions for closed session will lie with the board members. This is what you are entrusted with when you're elected. I am curious, why does it take a member of the community pointing out a questionable practice to engage lawyers to give the board guidance? Surely Schools Legal noticed the item of one of the 29 times it's been on the agenda in the last 3 years. I'm confident that all board members took upon their responsibility for the good of this community. You aren't career politicians and don't have much to gain by doing this. I know the 2023 incoming board members will receive ethics and Brown Act training, but is there any legacy this board can provide to proactively promote transparent operations of the board moving forward? To be clear, I consider this issue resolved, and I look forward to the potential for increased transparency of the board in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next up Mrs. Wiggins.
I'd like you to know that I served on the Mojave Unified School District Board of Trustees, and later on was employed there and worked there for 20 years as a grant writer and doing categorical programs and budgeting. I say that only because I want you to understand, I get it. I understand. Especially working as a grant writer, people would always come say, can't you just write a grant? I'd say, well, no, I can't. Just pull it out of my pocket. It's not that easy. But I understand about school finance. And I appreciate how you get behind the 8 ball and what you have to deal with. There is no money. There just isn't. I retired in 2008 thinking it was bad. Now it's 2022 and it can't be any worse. But we, as the Booster Club and community volunteers and Corey and Tyler, we want to present you with a solution. I worked at the school district for 20 years and I was a problem solver. And I always got mad when I solved the problem and I went over here to solve this and this problem was back here poking me on the shoulder. I'm like, wait a minute, I solved that. Go do what you're supposed to do. So I know it's not easy, but I would really encourage you to go with a facilities committee and try and get people in the community. It sounds like an amazing amount of money, but I can tell you in other political arenas, Tehachapi comes forward when there's a need. And I truly believe in this need. When I was on the school board, they called me the liability queen because I would scream and yell about everything. Seeing those pictures, I don't even want to go near there. And I still have a grandson that's a senior. His name is Wyatt Ritchie. Some of you may have heard about him. He's a football star this year. He's one of the leaders in the state of California in tackles. He was not athlete. He was a student scholar 2 weeks ago by Hometown Sports because he has a 4.2 grade point average besides doing all this football stuff. I tell you that only because he's not alone. The whole team is amazing. And we all work and we all want that to continue. The last thing we want is somebody to step in a hole and break their ankle, somebody to be running or coming down those bleachers that scare me every week, and you trip and fall. So we don't want the liability. We don't want anything but perfection for our students. From K-12 to athletics to cross-country to theater, whatever else we come up with, music, we want everyone to excel. So I'm standing before you saying I will help. Whatever is needed, I will volunteer. And I still remember how to write a grant or two, so you don't have to pay anybody. But we want to see this continue. And yes, my grandson's a senior, but I'm sure I have 2 stepdaughters who are not seniors, and they will drag me along with them. So this can go on forever. But I would really encourage all of you to consider this so that we can come to a viable long-term solution for the safety of our employees and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other general public comments? Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered to be routine by the Board of Trustees, will be taken together as one action. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests. If it is determined that an item needs to be pulled for a separate motion, the board president will call for a separate vote. Questions or comments from the board regarding the consent agenda? Any public comments regarding consent agenda items? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Kelly, a second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to information item, a presentation on focus on learning and student outcomes. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Weinstein. I'm going to apologize in advance because I know there's a lot of talking going on this evening, and so that means there's a lot of listening, and I'll try to move through it quickly, but I really, in light of the fact that we had our employee years of service recognitions this evening, I knew it was going to be a little bit more of presenting. I still think it's really critical, since we're at the start of the school year, that we take a little bit of time to share with you where our students are at. So that's what I intend to do this evening. If you could go to the next slide, Mr. McKay. Really, the purpose of my presentation this evening is to share with you current identified student needs and to revisit our planned and currently implemented responses to these needs. Because we received our CASP scores back in August that the students took at the end of the spring. And of course, we all know that the pandemic has taken its toll. So if you can go to the next slide. So that's really what the focus of this presentation is to share with you a little bit of data and information about the learning loss that our students have been experiencing. And although we're 100% delighted to have transitioned through the various stages of the pandemic to where we are now, and so happy to see kids are having a more traditional school experience each and every day. I think it definitely feels like a more normal school year to them. The student learning loss is palpable. I'm probably not the only person who's heard all those reports on the news and in the newspaper and on the radio that talk about, students' academic performance being the lowest it's been for over 30 years, since back in the 1980s. And so although I'm not going to really get into deep dive into the data this evening, I wanted to share with you a little bit about the multiple measures that indicate our significant areas of need. And those include academic needs and social emotional needs as well. So that's my intent, and I'll try to be relatively brief about it. Go on to the next slide, please. So just as a reminder, the board has definitely seen our LCAP. Last year was year one of the 3-year cycle. We're currently in year 2. And we've previously shared with you the ELO plan, the expanded learning opportunities, the ESSER 3 expenditure plan, and those are really all about one-time funds, right, that come to the district specifically to address the pandemic and learning loss. And we integrated those dollars, those one-time funds, into our LCAP and identified specifically how they're supporting our students and the needs that we have identified in the past and continue to identify and refine going forward. So if you can go to the next slide. So some of the key strategies of what is included within our LCAP, again, the ESSER expenditure report, as well as the ELO, some of the things that you heard Dr. Porter talk about, that you've heard me talk about lots of times. I'm not going to hit on each one of these bullets, but definitely big impacts right from our social workers. We're implementing district-wide MTSS. We have our instructional coaches, lots of professional development, our collaboration time. Very important, pump it up, PE time with our PE teachers and that crew, and the sub-release time for secondary, our gate and intervention services, the camps, again, that Dr. Porter mentioned for 3rd grade, 5th grade, and now Camp Keep for 8th grade, and also college field trips. These are all part of a rich and robust learning experience for our students. Obviously, capturing kids' hearts, that's something that we've implemented. And a very big piece of things moving forward now is our universal screeners and how we use FastBridge, which is through Illuminate and iReady, and I'll share a little bit of that data with you as well. So those are some of the key strategies that many of them are funded with one-time dollars that are intended to impact this learning loss that our students are experiencing. So we're going to start, if you go forward, with CEL data, and just talking about what CEL is, social emotional learning for our students. And you can go to the next slide. Dr. Porter shared this data with you, but it was kind of in the midst of some other things that we've had a significant amount of support coming to our students with our school social workers. Again, you can, I won't read off the slide, but you can see the impact that occurred last year with the services that those social social workers provided. And I feel really that we're going to optimize the strength of the support that is being offered this year, because we've kind of hit the ground running. You know, anytime you start anything new, a new strategy, you kind of have to make adjustments as you go along, and we have these positions staffed, and I think that they've hit their stride, and they're really providing a lot of intervention and support to our students. But you can see, based on the numbers that are there, that it's very clear that the need is there for our students to have that support. And go on to the next slide. So I also wanted to share with you our fall panorama data. I know you hear panorama. It's something it's a tool that we started using 3 years ago here in the district. And we do surveys with our students to find out how they're feeling on a variety of topics. And particularly the areas that you'll see up here on the slide relate to supportive relationships, growth mindset, self-efficacy, and positive feelings. So again, I'm not going to go deep into each one of these, but do want to help everybody understand that what you see, the result is in that results column, the percentage is the number of students who responded favorably in that particular heading or area. And the national benchmark, not every district and not every school uses Panorama, but of the benchmarking that occurs within those that are using the Panorama program, the score, meaning our score, is as good or better than the percentage that falls below that, if I'm making sense to you. So let's start with supportive relationships. You'll see the top line, that's 3rd through 5th grade students. You can see that that's 88%. That was the number, percentage of students who responded favorably. And for grades 6 through 12, on that same topic of supportive relationships, 79%. And you can see the difference in the percentile rank. And if you're trying to wrap your head around what is supportive relationships, what does that mean? It's how supported students feel through their relationships with friends, family, and adults at school. So some of the questions that you would find students being asked in that area are things like, do you have a teacher or another adult from your school who you can count on to help you no matter what? Do you have a family member or another adult outside of school who you can count on to help you no matter what, etc.? These are questions, and of course students are providing their response. If you take a look at the next area, growth mindset, you'll see grades 3 through 5, 58% and 80th percentile, and then for grades 6 through 12, growth mindset, 49%, 30th percentile. Again, just to give you an idea, growth mindset, it is really about students' perceptions of whether they have the potential to change those factors that are central to their performance in school. Like, do they, believe that they have control of how well they do in math or in science, etc. So kind of some sample questions. In school, how possible is it for you to change? In school, how possible is it for you to change giving a lot of effort, or behaving well in class, or liking the subjects that you're studying? Kind of some of the sample questions. Going down to the next area is self-efficacy, which is very, very important, and it's really about how much students believe that they can succeed in achieving academic outcomes. So the types of questions that you would find there: how sure are you that you can learn all the topics taught in your class? When complicated ideas are discussed in class, how sure are you that you can understand them? And as an example, in that question, we had 49% of students who responded favorably. So let's go on and talk just for a second about the positive feelings. That particular category is how frequently students feel that they are having or experiencing positive emotions. And you can see grades 3 through 5, 68%, grades 6 through 12, 53%. So I'm not here this evening to try to give you explanations as to why students have ranked themselves in these various areas, but it is important for us to take note of where students struggle on a social emotional level, and how we can look to our team, our social workers, our administrators, our teachers, our parents, all of us working together to try to strengthen our student perceptions about the relationships that they have, how well they can do in school, their belief in themselves, and just overall having positive feelings. So this is the rankings that we had for this fall, and if we go to the next slide, you can just see a little comparison. These are the same areas that we did results for in 2020. So the column to your right is 2020, and then the blue column is 2022. And, you know, it's very pleasing to see that when we look at grades 3 through 5, supportive relationships, we had a 5% increase in student responses. And when we look at grades 6 through 12, a 2% increase in responses. Nonetheless, moving in the right direction, right? That's good for us to see. Self-efficacy for grades 3 through 5, we went from 49% in 2020 up to 56% current, and then self-efficacy for grades 6 through 12, 37% in 2020 to 40% currently. More concerning is the areas where we see a downturn, and that's in positive feelings. And those are the two bottom numbers noted there. Positive feelings declined for our 3rd through 5th graders from 73% in 2020 to 68% in 2022, and then for grades 6 through 12, declined from 60% to 53%. So again, I know we did a lot of hurrahing tonight, but there is intentionality behind the strategies that we have adopted and our practices here as we try to move the needle forward in all of these areas.
Superintendent, I didn't see the growth mindset comparison to 20. Does it follow a similar pattern?
Did I not include it? I must have just skipped over that, but I'm happy to provide that.
Does it follow a similar pattern so that the only one that was reduced was the positive feelings?
I believe so, but I will bring that back and make sure that we share that in October. It was a great catch, President Weinstein. So I don't have it in front of me. I didn't bring it. Well, let me check.
Yeah, the actual numbers aren't really important, but I just wanted to know if it was also an increase and then we only had the one area, positive feelings, that was a decrease.
That is my recollection, but what I have in front of me is the current growth mindset score. I did not bring the 2020 with me, so I can bring that to the board in October.
Okay, good enough.
So good catch. Kind of lost my spot there for a minute. If we can go on to the next slide.
You were going to talk about capturing kids' hearts and the positive feelings a bit.
Yes, positive feelings. But before we talk about capturing kids' hearts and the positive feelings, we're going to talk just a little bit about school climate and student engagement just for a minute. What you see up here on the slide is data for the suspension rate from 2017. We were at 4.7%. Excuse me, for 2021 school year, we ended at 2.79, so about in half on the suspension rate. And really what I would say is there's been a number of strategies that have been put in place for a number of years, including ATS, Alternative to Suspension, that precedes me and is an excellent strategy that's been expanded at both JMS and THS. PBIS, MTSS, again, our social workers come into this and the increased campus supervision that we have. So again, it's good to see a positive trend, but we'd certainly like for the number to grow to below 2.79 as well. And then if we can go on to the next slide, it's about chronic absenteeism. Again, we have to recognize that COVID is still with us and probably will be so kind of in perpetuity. And in spite of that, it remains critically important for students to come to school, not only to enjoy and benefit from student-to-student interactions and social emotional development and growth from those interactions and kind of all the fun school experiences they get to have, but also to interact with their teachers and staff and benefit from the expert instruction that's provided in their classrooms. And in order for all of that to happen, they have to be present. And we know that long-term school success is definitely connected to a good attendance record. So moving forward, capturing kids' hearts, definitely. We're doing a lot of hurraying around here. I wanted to underscore for you that it really all isn't just a bunch of silliness. It is very intentional. We're trying to build student connectedness to improve school culture. We want to strengthen trust and rapport between students and staff. We want to increase those positive feelings. We want to increase students having that growth mindset and knowing that they can build their self-efficacy and that they have the support of their teachers to help them do well academically. And all of this works in conjunction, obviously, with PBIS, with MTSS, and is absolutely 100% responsive to our students' needs. So this is why we hooray here, we share good things, we launch, we do things here at this level because it's the expectation that we have for our teachers in the classroom and our administrators working with their staff as well. And we're going to keep at it. So going forward, I want to share a little bit with you just about the CASP spring results. You can go ahead and go forward. We received these in August, rather. And again, this is not, it's not meant to be a shock and awe presentation. This is a reality check. There's been, a lot of learning loss on the part of our students nationwide, certainly here in Kern County, but here right at home with us here in Tehachapi, and a lot of thought, energy, effort, and by the way, dollars has gone into and continues to go into trying to close this learning loss gap. So what you can see up here on the slide, let's just start with ELA for 2020. Again, I'm not doing a deep dive, breaking this down by grade level or by school. This is for all students looking at as a district, right, how we performed. And that is 36% of our students who participated in CASP testing met or exceeded the standard in language arts. So you can do the math, take away 36 from 100, and that tells you how many students, the percentage not meeting standards. In math, we were at 22%, and you can compare it with below. The green line is collectively how Kern County did, and you can see we are just below the Kern County average in ELA and just above in math. I'd kind of call it a wash where it's not very different what the scores are of what was seen across our county. But more importantly, what we're looking at is when you look at the scores from 2019, you can see where students were in 2019. As a district, we were at 46.91% of students meeting or exceeding the standards for language arts. And in math, we were at 31.49. So not that that's adequate we could say, oh, if we get back to where we were in 2019, we're good. We want, all of our kids to be very successful within the academic content. But not only do we need to recoup where we were in 2019, but we need to go and surpass that for all of our students. So it's important to not only acknowledge the learning loss that occurred, but for us as a district to really drill down to the explicit skills and prerequisite skills that our students need to be successful. And this is where many of our tools and resources that we've implemented over the past year come into play. So we'll talk about those tools and the universal screeners and so forth in a minute. But just to give you a blink, before you go to the slide, Mr. McKay, just want everybody to think about colors, and you know what the blink theory is, right? Like when you see something, like instantly, what do you notice? So when we go to the next slide, let's everybody do a blink and tell me what you notice when you get to the next slide. So let's go.
Red.
Red, right? Everybody see lots of red and lots of yellow. So you can use the key that's at the bottom of the slide. Red is standard not met. Yellow is standard nearly met, green is standard met, and blue is standard exceeded. So this is just a visual way to look at our CASP scores. That first column on the left is all students. So those numbers that you see there reflect exactly what I just shared with you in the table in the prior slide, but it does help to give you a visual when you see the percentages that we had 37% of students. Now keep in mind, like this is grade 2 through 12, right, taking CASP assessment, or actually 2 through 11, that you have 37% standard not met, the 27% standard nearly met, and then you can combine the 25% and the 11% to give you that 36% of students who were meeting or exceeding the standards. And then all of those other colored lines that are there represent different groups, subgroups that the district reports at the state level. But again, the big blink takeaway I think that we can all see, right, is that we have a lot of students who are struggling to get to the level of grade level standards within their grade level. And this is language arts. So we can go to the next slide, which is mathematics, and you see a lot of the same trend. So again, not to be beat a dead horse, for lack of a better term, but there's work for us to do. And I'm very pleased, we'll go on and ahead and go on to the next slide, that we have had the foresight to put in the tools that we do have in place, because I think these are going to be pivotal in us raising our students up to the level where they should be and recouping the learning loss that they've experienced. So we have universal screeners. I'll talk about a little bit what those are, but we're really making them work for us. And they help us identify what students' academic needs are, where those areas of deficits in their learning exist, and where we need to provide intervention and support. So universal screener is something that we use at a grade level that all the students take. We take the same assessment so that we can identify what are those explicit skills where we see groups of students as well as individual students and grade level trends where those struggles are. And you're gonna get another blink visual here as we go forward, because what I put on the slide for this one is a clip, Mr. McKay, if you can take it forward, from iReady. And once again, you can see the very top line, and it might be blurry if you're sitting in the audience, is phonological awareness. The next line down is phonics. Then we have high frequency words, vocabulary, comprehension, literature, and informational text. So based on what you know about red and yellow and green, again, you can do a blink and you can almost instantly see the areas where our students are performing better, right, versus those areas where we're having more of a struggle. So the point of the universal screeners, and we're using iReady for grades K through 8, and then we use Illuminate for grades 9 through 12, is they help us collect valid and reliable student data, identify those individual student needs, as well as pinpoint grade level, grade span, and explicit instructional needs that we can take action towards in the classroom. So I think you can see the trend, what's pretty much true across the district for grades 2 through 8 is that our students need some additional support in the areas of reading comprehension, academic vocabulary, and informational text. And the beautiful thing about using a tool like iReady, it doesn't do all the work for you, okay? Our teachers and our administrators, and we have to spend a lot of time drilling down to each student and recognizing, looking at the results for those students and what are the prerequisite skills that they need or gaps that we're seeing in their specific learning. It takes a lot of time for teachers to work together and plan to teach to these deficits. But having the universal screeners is such a tremendous tool because we can take that balcony view and look at all third graders at Cummins Valley. We can look at all third graders district-wide, and we can boil down and look at one individual third grader. And all of those things we can do by clicking our mouse and accessing the data that is available to us through our integration of iReady. The little box that you see there at the bottom, that one is a little bit tough to see, but that's actually from FastBridge, which is what we're using for our high school students. But I wanted to share, again, that we're using this data, we're leveraging that to really inform instruction first best instruction, what's happening all day long in the classroom. We spend a lot of effort here to make sure that our teachers have time to meet together and to discuss student progress, and that's where these universal screeners come into play, as well as with our collaboration days. The other powerful piece of the tool, if you can go to the next slide, Mr. McKay, is that within iReady, as an example, there's a growth model that we can look at. So we can know what to expect as far as growth that we should see from students, as long as we continue with fidelity, with implementation, not only of the strategies that are identified in the areas of growth within the programming, but with how we're teaching, that we could expect to see these levels of growth as we progress through the school year. So if you can go to the next slide. So really, again, this was my purpose this evening, is to make sure that we're sharing very clearly what our identified student needs are, what our planned and implemented responses are, and how we're focused on students' needs. We're using a lot of different tools and strategies. And as we use these tools and strategies, we'll continue to evaluate and measure their effectiveness and then make adjustments as we go along. We know there's not a magic wand. There's no one answer that fits for every student, but we can continue to use and leverage the data to the best of our ability to impact students' learning loss. You can go to the next slide. So the one thing we're extremely reliant on is our amazing team of professionals that we have here across the district that have the best interests of our students in mind. They are focused, they are tireless, and they are student advocates. And I want to thank them for their continued dedication to our students and improving students' outcomes. Our students need these professionals more than ever at this point in time as we go forward. So thank you, team, and thank you, board members and public, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Item 2 is another information item. It's going to be an update for us, presentation on the 2022 summer projects. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Yes, Mr. Antazari, I see, is getting ready. He is going to, as the Chief Business Officer for the district. Again, apologies up front for the amount of talking this evening. It's the start of the school year, lots of updates to provide to you, but our goal is to be transparent and just let everybody know where we are with regard to a variety of different aspects of district operations. So, Mr. Antazari, summer projects.
Thank you very much. This is only a 45-minute presentation. So during the summer, as we left it, we were talking about 2 top priorities, as well as we shared the projects that we were going to do at all of our school sites. The 2 top priorities were addressing parking concerns at Tompkins. That is still in the planning phases, and we will be talking more about that because it's kind of a big project. The other item was addressing school field safety. We understand that in Tehachapi, wildlife can be a risk, not only in our fields, but also a risk to our actual facilities. So we have proud to share that we've added an additional groundskeeper, and their sole responsibility is to mediate those risks, make sure that those holes are getting covered, making sure that the machine is being run to make sure that to de-incentivize the wildlife from being on our campuses, and to make sure that these kinds of risks are far away from our actual classrooms as much as possible. Next slide, please. So we're going to start with Tehachapi High School. So at Tehachapi High School, we shared before the school year ended that we were going to work on concrete replacement at in front of the gym. As you can see, it's not in good shape. We also added the cafeteria because it was kind of in similar bad shape. That has to do with age, even though the high school is one of our newest campuses. It's coming on 20 years, and with rough weather, having to use ice melt, it's showing its age. So you can see here a 4-inch pour being poured behind the THS gym. This is where our visitors would come to see, to either enter the gym or their families coming to see them play. So aside from improving the curb appeal and the aesthetic, it is a safety issue. Next slide, please. So these are the after pictures. Ooh, yes, hooray. Yes, this is a major improvement, and we're happy, that we're making progress. As you know, if you own a home or just live anywhere, right, there's always things to fix, always things to do, and, that still exists when you have 5 school sites. Oh, 6 now, sorry, Bonnie. Next slide, please. So at THS, we had a lot of other planned work for the summer. We talked about some classroom improvements, specifically new carpeting in the band room. We had the underused home hospital room that was a divider put in between to create 2 usable classes. And we also added seating as well as the basketball hoop in the quad area. There were also some impromptu projects, as you can see through the stadium lighting, but Friday Night Lights is back on at Coy Burnett Stadium. You can also see that there is a remediation of a lot of old storage containers, and I'm not entirely sure what's in them, but they're gone. And so these were kind of just a nuisance around Coy Burnett Stadium, and to demolish, remove, clear, it's a major undertaking. But when you only see, so you can see that I put the photos next to each other to try to show the progress. So on the left, you'll see that it's complete, but it's a lot of stuff. It's a really big undertaking, and so we're taking it piece by piece. So we're happy to report for the high school and on to Jacobson Middle School. Next slide, please. So I heard a lot of talk about our HVAC systems, and yes, the quality of instruction is very contingent on the conditions of the classroom. If you are uncomfortable in a classroom, how would we expect teachers to teach, students to learn? So during our summer plan, the plan was for rooms 108, 110, 111, and 113. During the projects, we did run into some issues at the 300 wing, so we also added HVAC to rooms 302, 303, 304, and 306. So it's really difficult to feel how much cooler this room is. So we kind of had people pose in front of their HVAC controls to demonstrate how happy they are that these are in, and new systems that should last a long time. Next slide, please. So at Jacobson Middle School, another project was the demolition of the handball court, not because we hate handball, but because it kind of creates a nuisance as a place for middle schoolers to hide and not to do their homework. So the picture on the top left is the demolition of the handball court, and the picture below it is where that hand court was. So as you can see, for the bottom right is a satellite image that kind of to give you perspective, but the intent is to bring that space to be usable for volleyball and basketball and better activities for our students. Next slide, please. So on to Tompkins. So I mentioned that we're working on how to solve the parking issue. We did do an asphalt seal and restripe on the playground. Pictures, I'm not a photographer, I'm really sorry, but when you go to Cummings Valley, when you go to Tompkins and you see these playgrounds, it really makes a difference. And it feels like like a new playground when you're out there, even though our schools are, a bit aged. On the right, we have a refresh of the cafeteria and multipurpose room at Tompkins. It makes a difference. Unfortunately, it brings to the attention the age of some of the other parts. So when you paint the walls and you paint the ceiling, the floor just looks its age. So there's always something more to do, but we're happy to kind of breathe some life into Tompkins. Next slide, please. Now we're moving on to Golden Hills. Golden Hills has a significant investment. More people happy with their HVAC upgrades that occurred at the library, cafeteria, and the kinder rooms 1 and 2. Next slide, please. So it was tough to capture everything, but in these photos, you'll see the refresh painting job that occurred at the entrance of Golden Hills through that breezeway into the multipurpose room. As well as out the exit. If you have been to Golden Hills and saw what it looked like, and I encourage you to go again and see how new it feels. it makes a difference. We also added privacy screens for the kinder playground, new carpeting in the library, and what else do we have? Yes, and the carpeting in the library. We do have, I'll share that at the end. All right, next slide, please. All right, for Cummings Valley, again, asphalt restripe. When you ask a maintenance person to take a photo of the asphalt restripe of the areas, of course, it's the parking lot and not the playground. But I promise, if you go to Cummings Valley, it's beautiful. You can really feel it. I tried to take a photo, but there was just too many kids. I just couldn't get a good shot. We did add a replacement for the concrete in that waiting area. We also added a additional gate in the parking lot pickup because, where the kinder kids pick up versus the other kids, they have to be separate. So we kind of solved the amassing of little kids problem that was going on during pickup. We also fenced off the separate upper and lower playgrounds. Trustee Kelly, so your kid can no longer slide down anymore. Sorry. And then also we had made plans to remove or replace carpet in rooms 23, 24, 25, and 26. I'm just the business guy. I can't explain, but apparently these rooms already had fresh carpet. So we moved on to the libraries, rooms 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 27, and 30. And there was a playground donated by the parents. That is still, I believe it arrived about a week or so ago, and it's still in the planning phases to get installed. Next slide, please. Carpet. Next slide. Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy, as you know, this is a very aged facility, and we haven't had young kiddos there in a long time. But we did reseal and stripe the parking lot at the entrance to bring curb appeal. Also provide some actual direction on where to drive, where to go, where to park. It's a safety concern. We also added fencing along the back because since Saracosa will be using that back building, but Imhoff Field is still being used by our middle schoolers, there's a division between them. We also did a major cleaning project to get these classrooms, hallways, just breathe a little bit of life into the building as much as possible. It really made a tremendous difference. Next slide, please. So here's just kind of a bit of a comparison. So that courtyard has been turned into a activity area. You can see the photo from the right versus the photo in the middle, comparing the same area. Sorry, there's a shadow, but you can see that at the top there's just some aging along the wall, and that has been remediated due to the age of the building. It does require a bit more work and inspection and supervision when painting is occurring, but the age of the building and the paint is no longer as big of a concern for having students play there, because they will bump into the wall, they will, things will come off, things will happen, and so this is, make sure it's not just about the aesthetics, but it's also about the safety. The district office. So originally we had spoken about just refreshing the sign, but of course, as you know, once you fix one thing, then the other thing, and then the other thing. And so just a little bit of a project, refreshing the sign at the entrance and updating some of the what do you call it? Not the banners, but the character counts. Is in progress. We also had the fencing along the front, just kind of showing age. And while, this is the district office, our schools are our priority, but, we do want to take pride in where we bring our parents, where we bring our community to meet. And so next slide, please. We're proud to show the Cloud L. Wells Education Center sign refreshed, looking really good. The TUSD sign at the front with a fresh coat of paint on the bell is and all of the fencing rails have been just freshened up. One of the projects that we did talk about, there are two projects the installation of security cameras. We're still in the process of getting those approved through CDE for ESSER funding. Once that's complete, we'll be able to formally move through or use a different pot of money, but that's still in progress, as well as the bottle filling stations that were approved through a grant that the maintenance department initiated. Those are still in progress, but we'll hope to have those completed hopefully by the end of December. If weather gets in the way, definitely by the end of the school year. And that is all.
Mr. Antazari, do you want to mention the field work that's happening on the grass fields and areas, just that we've started that work with our investment?
Yes, so the addition of the groundskeeper and the equipment to make sure that, these, we totally understand the concerns that were brought forward by the boosters. It's not just at the high school, it's everywhere. It's in our own homes if you live here in Tehachapi. It's something that it's an investment of time. It's not just so much an investment of money, but it takes a lot of time. We have a lot of acreage that we cover, and it's something that we have seen an extensive improvement in the quality of our fields, and not seeing these holes pop up all the time. We don't have issues of critters in our schools, classrooms, buildings, roofs. So it is showing that it works. And, the addition of that groundskeeper full FTE, it's not a cheap endeavor, but it's an investment not just in the aesthetics of our facilities, but the safety.
Thank you, Mr. Antazari. Any questions or comments? Okay, moving on to item 3, we have a memorandum of understanding with Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466, compensation for lead custodian duties. Superintendent. Yeah, no, I thought you'd want to make your comment after she opens it, and I got it.
Okie dokie, thank you, President Weinstein. The proposed memorandum of understanding was developed in collaboration with the district administrative team as well as CSEA leadership. Under the current structure that we have, our school custodians are 100% supervised, trained, and then evaluated by our maintenance and operations department. But moving forward, we're in the process of developing a transition plan for supervision, evaluation, of custodians to move to site administration, who work more closely with the custodial staff, are in daily contact with those team members. So beginning last spring, myself, I started a discussion with our administration and management team, including our M&O leadership and CSEA, regarding the development of some alternative systems to increase support, guidance, and supervision for custodial staff, as well as enhance the delivery of the work that's in front of our M&O department. So a key component of that plan moving forward is to identify a lead custodian at each school site who will coordinate the custodial services at their school, working closely with the site administrator. So the MOU that's before the board this evening, you'll notice it has signatures on there from the CSEA leadership. We've had great support from them, great working with them and Mr. Antazari as we brought this forward. You'll notice that the compensation rate for assuming those responsibilities is $125 per week. And we feel that this is really going to be supportive to address not only the M&O needs and take that out of M&O and have a closer working relationship with the site administrator. So training will still happening in connection with M&O, as well as ordering of supplies and things like that. But we feel that this is really going to be pivotal for us moving forward. And again, it's just like one component of a larger plan to transition and help us become more efficient with our maintenance and operations that impact facilities. So, thank you.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board? Go ahead.
I've read through the agreement several times, I'm not clear who will, I know it has to follow the negotiated evaluation process, but who will actually be performing the evaluation of the custodial staff?
That will be the site administrator. But they will do that in consultation with maintenance and operations. So with input, in other words. But the person that the custodians are working with every single day is their site leadership.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay. Mr. Kaminsky.
Thank you, President Weinstein. I'd first like to start by acknowledging and saluting the retired Tracy Mangeris. Arguably, no one else in the district has cared more about kids than Tracy. She did her job, always striving to do what's best for kids. I just like to recognize her. Sorry, I would have didn't know her last day was Friday. But I'm here tonight to urge you to not approve the resolution between TUSD and the local chapter of CSEA, compensation for lead custodian duties. First, the lead custodian is assigned by the site principal or administrator. Why is the extra duty process not being followed? The site principal can't assign extra duty to other classified or certificated positions without going through a process and protocols. What protocols should the site principal follow in making the assignment? Principals don't have the working knowledge of floor care, maintenance, and repair of equipment, the working parts of HVAC, most other maintenance issues. Under this proposal, custodians would notify the principal first. Guess who the principal is going to contact? Because they probably don't have any idea what to do. M&O. Why does the principal need to be a part of this process other than just being made aware? Principals would be responsible for evaluating these custodians due for an evaluation and, on new hires, make the decision to end employment before probation ends. Why would you want to put more on the plates of principals? With most all other employees being evaluated by site administrators, you would think you'd want to make their jobs easier instead of more difficult. As a site principal for 7.5 years and a vice principal for another 4.5 years in TUSD, I can see this working in certain situations. But more likely, the assigning will lead to resentment and a lowering of cooperation between custodians in what now are generally areas of teamwork and peacefulness. Why try to fix something that isn't broken? Then there's the inefficiency this breeds. Assuming the lead custodian is the day custodian, how do things that need to be get done on a timely basis when that lead custodian is on the phone calling for subs for an evening custodian? How does he or she know who's available and who's not? What phone does he or she call from? They don't have an office. If needing to get a custodian from another site to work overtime, who is called? That site's lead custodian? The secretary? Who? And how can an evening custodian ever be the lead if a sub is needed for the other evening custodian or even a day custodian? Right now, when a school needs a custodian to be subbed, they call Ms. Patterson at M&O. She has the list of subs and the numbers to call custodians at the sites if necessary. She's been doing this for years. She is extremely capable and a former TUSD Classified Person of the Year. She doesn't need to break away from mopping a spill, moving broken furniture, cleaning windows, going to a classroom to adjust the cooling and heating, empty the trash, vacuum a room on a teacher's prep, taking care of the results of illnesses, etc. Why try to fix something that isn't broken? So a lead custodian at elementary school most likely has 2 other custodians come in later. 2. So he or she would be making $125 a week with getting either one or both a sub. Shoot, I could envision times when the lead custodian would think, why stop and make all these phone calls? I'll cover that shift for a few hours. Who's to know? I'll get some OT and my $125. The MOU states the lead custodian may be assigned other duties to coordinate efforts between the sites and M&O. Isn't that how things are done now? How does getting subs work during the summer, when many times custodians from different sites will assist another site in summer work? I'm also wondering what Mr. Intezari and Mr. Gilbert's input on this was, and what their opinion of it is. Finally, with Ms. Resendez as president of CSEA and a very capable, experienced custodian, I can't imagine her not being the lead custodian at Golden Hills. Does anyone on the board see a conflict of interest? Oh, and her son Matt could be the lead custodian at Tompkins. Doesn't anyone on the board see a conflict of interest there as well? Do the right thing, the sensible thing, and vote no on this proposal. Then instruct the superintendent to instruct Dr. Romero to post the vacant maintenance supervisor position that has been vacant for nearly a year. As a longtime administrator, I know that with no maintenance supervisor, I'm sure Ms. Patterson is having to do things that are out of her job class. Plus, after hearing the earlier reports, a maintenance supervisor might help M&O better respond to the issues that were brought forward earlier this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, deliberation from the board?
I have a question. How is the lead custodian determined? Is it an application process? Do they apply? How does that work?
Pardon me, I believe that that's detailed within the MOU itself. Let me turn to that item. It's item 2 on the page 1, a custodian who's assigned by the site principal or administrator to perform these duties.
So it's just who the principal chooses. It's not an application process. I would imagine there's a handful of custodians that would like that. That's pretty good pay raise. It's not a application or interview or experience-based process.
No, it would be assigned by the site administrator. The site administrator is quite familiar with their team. We have 2 bargaining agreements with 2 different groups, and there are various ways that people are assigned into positions. Some of them are seniority-based, which I will say is not always the best way. Sometimes a brand-new person can be just as capable of doing something. Sometimes it takes a veteran person, but I think the principals are very well equipped to make that decision as to who they feel is going to work in tandem with them and get the work done at their school site and be a strong liaison between themselves, the site, and the M&O department.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding with the TUSD? And yes, sir.
I'm a custodian for JMS, and everyone I spoke to
And you
loved-
are who, sir?
My name's David Cantalupo, morning custodian, work with Atencia. So we love the lead idea. We feel the maintenance office is way too packed with stuff. They're always fixing something, doing something. We're calling Kelly 24/7. And Mr. Lowe, our principal, he's amazing, Mr. Lowe. Every time I go up there and talk to him, he gets something done. I love the lead idea because we need leadership. We were almost 2 weeks behind when we were doing Silmer cleaning, and everyone was pointing out fingers. Like, hey, shouldn't you be cleaning that? Maybe you should be cleaning that. I jumped in personally myself and said, hey, let's get together. Let's get the gym clean, both locker rooms. Let's do this, let's do that. And we got it done. So I think a leadership is really good. I understand they want Kelly. Kelly's awesome. Let you know right now. Kelly in the maintenance office, she's very awesome. But I think if each principal had their own agendas at their own schools and know what's going on, it's going to work. I really do. I mean, I know there's going to probably be a process where you guys are going to have to come up with, I don't know, who we're going to contact when emergency happens, maybe a custodian doesn't show up, we need to call somebody in. But Alicia, Efren, Matt, I don't know all their last names, but a lot of people I spoke to love the idea of lead. I want the leadership. I really do. And I'm definitely going to apply or hope he chooses me. If not, it's okay because Efren at my school site is also perfect. You know, both. I do morning, he does night. Sometimes I feel maybe the night might be better because you're going to need a lead out there at night. I get off at 5:30. So, but overall, I just want to, I like the lead idea. I don't like going against some people I know because I like some of these people here, like Kaminsky. He was an awesome principal when he was at JMS, and I liked him as a superintendent when he was here. But as a custodian, we really would love to have a lead. You know, get some leadership, fix things. People don't point at each other. And Kirk, he's busy. He is so busy. It's so hard for me to get a hold of him sometimes. And I'm not saying he's bad. I like Kirk a lot. He gets things fixed, gets things done. But if we can come up with some system with the lead and have somebody to call, like maybe Ellen, the secretary for the principal, I don't know. Whoever you guys want to build a system to make sure there's always going to be a sub on site. But overall, I think lead's a really good idea, and I just wanted to put my word in. All the custodians like, head over here, talk to them, let them know. I'm like, okay. I haven't talked to Cummings Valley or Tompkins, but Tompkins I have. Tompkins and JMS, we love the idea. So that's it.
Thank you.
I have one more comment. I didn't catch his name. I'm sorry. What was it again?
David Cantalupo.
David, thank you for sharing. You guys have the most difficult job in the district, I think, especially at the middle school. I have middle schoolers, and thank you for dealing with them all day. Extremely thankless job. But to hear directly from staff, and I would say as a recommendation to superintendent moving forward with these types of things, hearing from the staff that do this is so helpful for me as a trustee who I don't, but to hear you say, I need this, I want this. I mean, you say you're nervous. You didn't look it. You presented yourself amazing and did a phenomenal job and gave me a very good insight to what you guys do. So thank you. I really appreciate that. So thank you very much.
I've got something on too. So the third whereas in the MOU actually states that M&O would still retain the responsibility of coordinating training of new hires and substitutes. So that concern is off the table. It's already dealt with. So with that in mind, I will make a motion.
There's still Rick.
Are we going to do the motion? I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Awesome.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 4 is approval of board policies. We had first read on these. Now we have to take a vote on them. I'll just let Superintendent really briefly introduce that.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Weinstein. There's a number of board policies that we went through that cycle of first read at the last meeting before you this evening. We'll be bringing a whole other slew of them forward in October. When we do these, it's not really based on that we have an idea in our head that we want to revise board policy. The recommendations come from CSBA, the California School Boards Association, and generally they're trying to keep us aligned with current legislation, laws, changes in education code, et cetera. So again, that's where the changes come from. And the recommendations that came from CSBA are exactly as they are in turn represented to the board for these changes to happen within our policies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Kelly. I have one. Superintendent, on the student success team's draft policy, it does state, and this was new information for me, that the SSTs are not.
I couldn't hear. We couldn't hear the first part.
Let me try this. Is this better? The student success team's draft policy. As I read this, I did learn that student success teams aren't a legal requirement, which I thought they were, but they do serve as best practice. And I'm assuming there's no change in, we're not planning on changing anything. There's just the newest updates to keep everybody informed and every school board moving forward.
So what I would say is our process, Mrs. Paxton is working with our administrative team that includes the principals and the vice principals to bring consistency with how the SST process is carried out here, where the data from the SST forms is recorded. There were some branching out, as things over time go, it's kind of like the telephone game. It starts to get, so we, every once in a while tune it up and tighten it up. And so that is a current topic of conversations to get, bring back that consistency and make sure it matches up our process with current needs. But yeah, what you see in the policy is just bringing us in line with the recommendations with CSBA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, trustee Commode.
I just wanted to clarify that when we got to the first reading of this item at the last board meeting, an answer was provided to a question that was asked during public comment about why we were reducing the graduation requirement, and it was pointed out that it is a change in the education code that makes a special exemption for students within the COVID years, that they're not to be held to any local graduation requirement. They're only held to the state requirement if they're not on track to graduate in 4 years. So we're not voluntarily changing or lowering our graduation standard. We're just complying with state law for that small group of students who aren't on track because of the COVID years.
You are 100% correct. It does not change any of the other graduation requirements. In fact, the quote that comes directly from the revised policy states that the district shall provide a student who was enrolled in their third or fourth year of high school during 2021 or 21-22 years the opportunity to complete statewide coursework required for graduation, which may include but is not limited to completion of coursework through a fifth year of instruction, credit recovery, or other opportunities to complete the required coursework. So, and we do have students that, in non-pandemic times are unable to graduate with their four-year cohort. We have students that extend out to a fifth and sixth year. And so this is what the legislation requires. So whether or not we have it as part of our board policies, we actually have to follow what the education code and what the legislation requires. But this updates our policies to be specific to the provisions that are now provided within the law. So you are correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve board policies as listed?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Before moving on to business, we will take a 5-minute break at 7:33 p.m. Thank you. All right, if we could all make our way to our seats, please. Okay, thank you. Reconvening at 7:43 PM on to agenda item 8, business. Welcome, Mr. Antizario, once again.
Thank you very much, President Weinstein.
Item 1, certification of unaudited actuals for the 2021-2022 fiscal year.
Thank you very much, President Weinstein. So we bring forward the 2021-2022 unaudited actuals. What that means is that we've officially closed the books on that fiscal year. Hooray. Seriously, hooray. Thank you. Yes, and so we are very excited. Unlike last year, which was my first year closing, we had provided a presentation for the unaudited actuals because there was a material difference, similar to what we did with the budget because of the giant one-time funding that we received for the future. But here, we projected closing with a balance of adding to the fund balance, combining restricted and unrestricted dollars of $1.38 million, and we will be adding $1.63 million, which is about $250,000, bringing the combined restricted and unrestricted balance to $19.475 million. This is a difference. If you compare that $250,000, which sounds like a lot, how could you miss that? But it's 0.5% of our expenses. And a lot of that just happens when the time period when something would be, it's mostly a timing difference between did your item arrive in June and then you pay for it, charge it to that year, or did it arrive in July? So now I have to pay it in the future year. But with all of that, we present the unaudited actuals for your approval.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, thank you, Mr. Antazari. Great job. Do I have a motion to approve the certification of unaudited actuals for the 2021-2022 fiscal year?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a
Thank you.
second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 2, approval of resolution number 01, September 22, establishing 2021-2022 GAN appropriations limitation recalculation and 2022-2023 adjusted GAN appropriations limitation. Mr. Antazari, I know you're going to do a better job with this than I did saying it.
Not a problem, President Weinstein. Thank you. So yes, this is about a 40-something-year-old legislation requirement just to ensure that local government was not spending tax dollars unnecessarily. So they establish a limit of what you can spend locally. So our limit was $32 million, about $32 million last year, and now for 22-23, the limit is $33.892 million. The district in local taxes spends $13.625 million 21-22, and an estimated $12.438 million in 22-23, which is significantly under the limit, but it is still required that we present to the board and pass a resolution. We seek your approval of this resolution.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? And I do have a question. This says resolution, but it does it need a roll call vote? It does. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 01, September 22?
Kelly.
As read.
Kermode, make it, and Kelly a second.
Okay. Ms. Amaker, roll call vote, please.
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Kermode,
Aye.
Trustee Napier,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 3, approval of revised bell schedule for Tompkins Elementary School. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Weinstein. We're bringing forward the changes to the bell schedule for Tompkins Elementary School because they have been adjusted in order to accommodate a need for more time for students to have lunch. The minutes, we are required to provide a certain amount of instructional minutes throughout an instructional day. And while there is a change in the times of the length of classes, the totals are the exact same as they were previously. It's just shifting the length of classes to ensure that all students will have adequate time for lunch and recess. And we seek your approval for this revised bell schedule.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve the revised bell schedule for Tompkins Elementary School?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 4, approval of agreement between Sydney Fox, Doctor of Audiology, and Tehachapi Unified School District for consultant services.
Thank you, President Weinstein. Dr. Sydney Fox is a doctor of audiology and will be performing an assessment as part of an independent education evaluation for a particular student. The cost of the agreement is for an amount not to exceed $1,850 and will be covered by the budget allocated to the Special Education Department for professional services until July 2023 to accommodate the extended school year. We look for your approval for this agreement.
Questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve this agreement?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, approval of time extension amendment to the consultant agreement with Dynamic Education Services Incorporated.
Thank you, President Weinstein. Dynamic Education Services provides one-to-one educational and supplemental services, currently providing reading intervention services for a particular student. Specifically, they're contracted to provide 60 hours, and we're just seeking to extend the contract evaluation period until November 16, 2023, in accordance with a settled agreement. The cost of the services will not exceed $6,900 and will be covered by the budget allocated to special education for professional services, and we seek your approval for this agreement.
Questions and comments from the board? Any public comment? Do I have a motion to approve this agreement?
Kelly, I make the motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 6, approval of inter-district attendance agreement with Lancaster School District for 2022-23 school year.
Thank you again, President Weinstein. California Education Code Section 46600 permits parents and guardians to request an inter-district transfer and a reciprocal agreement. This inter-district agreement is with the Lancaster School District. It does not come at any cost to the Tehachapi Unified School District and but is required that it have board approval.
Comments, questions?
Did you say no cost?
Aside from the lost ADA, there would be no cost.
Okay.
Okay, then I'm confused. Do we have somebody transferring in or out?
It's not specific. It's more of setting it up in the case that there will need a transfer. For example, if you live in Tehachapi but you work in Lancaster, Education Code allows that your child be part of that school district because you work permanently in the boundaries. If you no longer, you would have to renew annually. If you no longer worked within the boundaries, then you would no longer be entitled to be a part of that district, and you would return back to your home district.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve this agreement?
I'll make the motion.
No,
Thank
second.
you. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. Item 7 is approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete in technology. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Weinstein. The Technology Department is requesting that the listed items that are primarily consist of aged Chromebooks, laptops, and desktops, and other peripheral technology devices be declared surplus. They're not estimated to have any value and will be properly disposed upon your approval of declaring these items surplus.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to declare certain district property as surplus obsolete in technology?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. This is a roll call vote, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Antazari. Let's move now on to instructional services and Mrs. Paxton. Item 1 is approval of physical education exemptions.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Larson Everson. Tonight, I'm seeking the board's approval of PE exemptions for our juniors and seniors that are seeking to be exempt from PE for their 2 final years of high school. The exemption is made possible through Education Code 51241. I have included district physical fitness test participation rates for the 21-22 school year, the number of PE instructional minutes by grade level, and then district board policy as informational items to go along with this action item.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve this exemption?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mrs. Paxton. Okay, moving on to personnel. Welcome, Dr. Romero.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, President Weinstein. So the first item, would you like me to read it, President Weinstein?
Please.
Okay. The first item is a first read revised custodial job description, item number 10.1. The current job description, which is dated 12/2003, is being presented with recommended updates to reflect standard practices in relation to safety regulations. The district worked with functional ergonomics to perform a job task analysis and determine revisions to the current job description, specifically around qualifications, was in need based upon environmental factors and physical demands of the position. The methodology for documentation consisted of an on-site visit using various measuring devices such as a dynamometer. I'm sorry, I'm not fluent with that language. Dynamometers, scales and tape measures. Observation of job task and interviews with employees and managers were also conducted. The job description was also evaluated to ensure the duties listed still apply. So it is just a first read.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions and comments from the board? Trustee Kell? Or Trustee Napier, sorry.
Thankfully, it's first read, but I think the qualifications are There's a typo. It says minimum high school diploma and 1 year of experience working with students and dance.
Oh.
I don't think dance is very relevant to
No,
custodial
it's
work,
not.
but
I'm sorry. I will make sure that is corrected.
that might disqualify a handful of people.
Thank you, Mr. Napier, for bringing that to my attention.
Are there any comments from the public? This is a first read. Okay, item 2, approval of expanded learning opportunities program drama instructor job description.
So this was brought to the board previously. We are seeking approval, like the other job opportunities that we have listed. So the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program would like to extend educational, recreational, and enrichment programs to students that will support and enhance cognitive development, improve student achievement, and expand the cultural base of students through innovative quality programs offered by highly qualified instructors. So the drama instruction associated with the position will be delivered to students as part of the elementary and middle school after-school programs. The plan to provide this enrichment instruction was approved by the board on February 22nd, 2022. The board's approval of the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program plan.
Questions or comments from the board? Are there any comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program job description for drama instructor?
Kelly, I make the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I, you have a motion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 3 is the approval ratification of certificated personnel report.
So this month's certificated report includes the hiring of 2 open certificated positions and 2 confidential management positions for the 22-23 school year. In addition, the report includes 4 extra duty assignments, 6 certificated stipends, and 15 prep period contracts. Lastly, the report shows the hiring of 4 additional substitutes, the resignation of 2 certificated employees, and 1 expiration of credentials.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve, ratify the certificated personnel report?
I'll make a motion.
Kelly, a second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Oops, sorry.
Motion carries.
I do want to introduce Mr. Abelardo Sebecas. He is the new vice principal for CV that was just approved. So he's here in the audience tonight.
Item 4, approval ratification of classified personnel report.
Thank you, President Weinstein. This month's classified report includes the staffing of 3 open positions and 4 coaching positions. There were 5 classified changes in assignment. The report also reflects 26 professional growth stipends as well as 1 hired substitute. Lastly, there were 7 resignations and 1 approval of a dismissal.
Questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve, ratify the classified personnel report?
So moved.
Second?
Kelly, a second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romero.
Thank you.
And moving on to agenda item 11, launch. Back to you, Superintendent Larson
Thank you.
Everson.
Only for a moment. So again, this is something that we've integrated for the start of this school year. As part of capturing kids' hearts, we encourage all of our teachers not only to start off their day in a positive way, be there to welcome their students at the door, make a connection with them, but to end their class period and gatherings on a positive note, launching them forward to take on their rest of the day with some energy. So I invited Miss Kendra Bailey, principal from Golden Hills Elementary, and she is going to share a launch with us this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson, and good evening, members of the board. A few weeks ago, my daughter, who is in the 3rd grade this year, came home from school and told me her teacher, Ms. Pacheco, showed an inspiring video in class and insisted that I watch it because of how inspiring it is, and she used the word inspiring many, many times. After watching it with her multiple times, as she wanted everyone in our house to watch it, I would have to agree with her. It became a launch at our next staff meeting, and now it is a launch this evening. The video is called Be a Mr. Jensen, and I think it gets right at the heart of our collective purpose in this profession. So I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you have tissues.
Being a professional speaker was not something that I grew up wanting to be. Every time I would go to class, it was just hard for me to sit still. I had a hard time focusing. I would move, I would tap, and I got sent to the principal's office. Principal told me to sit on my hands, and that worked for about 5 seconds. As soon as I'd sit on my hands, then my feet would start tapping. But one day there was a teacher, and he looked at me in class as I was tapping, and he said, "Clint, I need you to stay after class." And I'm thinking to myself, this is it. I am going to get kicked out of school as a 10-year-old. Bell rang, class dismissed. He pulled up a big chair and a little chair, and he said, "Sit down." And he said, "I watch what you do." He said, "You tap in my class, you'll do something with your right hand, you'll do something completely different with your left hand." And he said, in big adult words, we call that ambidextrous. Can you tap your head and rub your belly at the same time? I gave it a go, and I could do it. And then he said, now switch it. Without thinking about it, I could do it. And he leaned back in his chair and he laughed for a minute, and he looked at me and he said, "Clint, I don't think you're a problem. I just think you're a drummer." That was the beginning of my story. I had the opportunity to tour and record all over the world playing drums. Been on America's Got Talent. One person in my life who looked at me and said, "You're not a problem, you're an opportunity." Great mentors know how to connect people to their dreams. We need people like that to help us see the possibilities of what could be. There's 2 important days in a person's life: the day you're born, and then the day you figure out why. Enjoy the journey. The best is yet to come.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Item 12, public comments for closed session. Members of the public will be given an opportunity to speak on closed session items at this time. Persons wishing to address the board can raise their hand. Are there any public comments for closed session? Okay, closed session item, conference with labor negotiator, agency designated representative, Stacy Larson Everson, superintendent, Hojat Intazari, chief administrator of business services, Candace Bendoyan, attorney at Dennis Wolver Kelly, employee relations, Tehachapi Association of Teachers and California School Employees Association, chapter 466. We will now adjourn to closed session at 8:06 p.m. Thank you. 9:08 PM, we are reconvening to open session. There is nothing to report from closed session. There being no further business to come before the board, the meeting is adjourned at approximately 9:08 PM. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you.